lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring, ring with the harmony of liberty.
Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening skies. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea.
Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun of our new day begun, let us march on till victory is won.
Now I would like to welcome onto the stage Dr. Rashawn Ray and Mr. Steve Stevens for our president's introduction.
Hey, thank you so much. It is so amazing to see everyone here in this amazing space on this beautiful campus. It is my pleasure on behalf of the University of Maryland as the Social Justice Alliance lead to introduce Dr. Aminta Bro, who is the 10th president here at Bowie State University since July 2017, bringing more than 30 years of higher education, diverse experience, and leadership to this particular position. As president, President Bro is committed to ensuring that every student at Bowie State University develops an entrepreneurial mindset to achieve success in the rapidly changing workplace and communities. Dr. Bro initiated a university-wide focus to infuse entrepreneurship education across the disciplines, which led to the opening of an entrepreneurial living learning community in fall 2021. And if you're like me, every time I come to this gorgeous campus, there's a new building and a new amazing space to see. And of course, that is a testament of the leadership of President Bro. President Bro is a leading voice in 21st century education, and because of her extensive knowledge and expertise, she has been tapped to serve several leadership roles, including at the state level and also across the country. So it is my pleasure to welcome President Bro.
Thank you, Dr. Ray, and good morning. Martin Luther King once said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. Good morning again, and welcome to the annual Social Justice Alliance Symposium. I am Aminta Bro, the 10th president of Bowie State University, the oldest HBCU in the state of Maryland. It is indeed my honor and privilege and pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the more than 6,300 students and our faculty and staff to our campus here in Prince George's County, Maryland, and to welcome those viewing via live stream. The Social Justice Alliance is a partnership between Bowie State University and the University of Maryland College Park in collaboration with the Collins Foundation that resulted from the tragic death of our BSU Bulldog, Lieutenant Richard Collins III. The goal of the Alliance is to promote social injustice by inspiring, educating, and empowering individuals towards ensuring equity for all and to honor and memorialize Lieutenant Collins' life and his legacy. This annual symposium is only one aspect of the work that is conducted throughout the year by the Alliance. Additionally, each university offers an enhanced social justice curriculum, co-curricular activities, and community events. These year-round programs provide opportunities for education and research, allowing both campus communities and the larger region to discuss social justice and to do something about it, not just talk about it, but do something about it. We were all affected by the loss of Lieutenant Collins in 2017, but we are here today striving to preserve his legacy along with the Collins Foundation. And we are honored to have the campuses of Bowie State University and the University of Maryland work together with the Collins Foundation for the betterment of our society to combat hate and injustice. I'd like to acknowledge at this time and welcome back. They're here all the time supporting BSU and our students here. At this time, please help me welcome the parents of Lieutenant Richard Collins III, Dawn and Rick Collins, and their daughter, Robin. Please, would you please stand so we may acknowledge you. We thank them for their continued presence and support of our students here at BSU and remaining a part of the students, the BSU family here. Once a bulldog, always a bulldog, and you are family, first, last, and always. I want to also acknowledge other special individuals who helped make today's program possible. As you heard, President Pines could not be here, but I want to acknowledge his ongoing leadership and the partnership that we have together. President Pines was called away unexpectedly and is unable to join us, but his leadership on this endeavor is present, ever present throughout the year. So please give President Pines a round of applause. The Social Justice Alliance co-chairs Mr. Steve Stevens from BSU and Dr. Ray-Sean Ray, who you already met. Please give them a round of applause. To all of the members of the Alliance, we thank you so very much, the faculty, staff, and students in the audience. I'd ask that they stand at this time so we may acknowledge their work and their efforts and their strong leadership and commitment. Members of the committee, please rise at this time, and let's give them a rousing round of applause. Oh, BSU, we can do better than that. I said a rousing round of applause. Thank you all. And to our esteemed panelists and guests here today, welcome and thank you. We look forward to hearing your remarks. And to each and every one of you for attending today's event. I would especially like to recognize today's honorees for their ongoing commitment, leadership, and efforts to promote social and racial injustice, not only in sports, but throughout the local and global community as well. As public universities and part of the University System of Maryland, Bowie State University and the University of Maryland are committed to the public good, and we believe it is incumbent upon our institutions to lead the way for a better tomorrow for future generations. Together, our two campuses strive through the work of the Social Justice Alliance to ensure that we bring about change in our communities and across this nation and around the world. It was in 2020 that Dr. Darrell Pines and I signed an agreement to work in concert with the Collins Foundation to preserve the legacy of Lieutenant Collins III through the work of this alliance. And this year's symposium theme is entitled Take a Knee. Today's panel will explore the perceptions and the misperceptions and the complexities of the socio-political landscape athletes experience. Throughout history, athletes have used their platform to challenge racism, inequality, and injustice to bring about change. And so today we are looking forward to hearing from our speakers who will be here with us in just a short while. As president of the oldest HBCU in the state of Maryland, I'm very cognizant of our history. the history of this institution, but also the history that tells us the story of long, hard-fought battles for justice among those who were disenfranchised and prohibited from basic human rights. Those who came before fought and overcame obstacles so that we could live in a democratic society. Yet over and over again, we are reminded that the battle continues. And a very important statement that freedom is not free. In thinking about today's symposium, there were names and faces of athletes that were brought to my mind. And I just want you to think about some of these individuals here today. And if you don't know their names, I want to encourage you when you leave here, in whatever device you have, look them up, because it's important that we all know our history and from whence we came, and for those who fought those long, hard-fought battles. Muhammad Ali, Wyoming Attias, Jackie Robinson, Arthur Ashe, Wilma Rudolph, Althea Gibson, John Carlos, Tommy Smith, and Jesse Owens, to name but a few. And in consideration of the 50th anniversary year celebration that we marked back in June of 2022, and we continue throughout this year, the names of a couple of others came to mind, but the list is long. But I want to remind you of Billie Jean King, Leslie Allen, and that list goes on and on. Title IX, what does it mean today? Well, where do we need to head for the future? There's so much more for us to do. There are many known and unknown athlete activists who laid the foundation for this generation and future generations to have access to opportunity. The unsung heroes and sheroes who were challenged but went on and persevered in spite of what might to us today seem insurmountable. This week, we lost yet another one of those heroes. His name was Herb Douglas. He was the oldest living U.S. Olympic medalist. Mr. Douglas was 101 years old. He was 26 years old when he won a bronze medal for a 20-foot, 8.74-inch long jump at the 1948 Summer Olympic Games in London. And in spite of Jim Crow and those laws forbidding any interracial competitions, Mr. Douglas's passion for sports led him to integrate his high school basketball team in Pittsburgh. He later went on to Xavier University in Louisiana and won the national title in 1942 as part of the 440-yard relay team, the first HBCU team to do so. Mr. Douglas also founded and led the International Amateur Athletic Association and established the Jesse Owens Foundation, as well as the Jesse Owens International Athlete Trophy that is presented annually to world-class athletes. Here at BSU, we were so privileged to be able to celebrate Mr. Douglas at our 2019 commencement ceremonies with an honorary degree of Humane Letters in recognition of his civil rights efforts as well as his many contributions to athletics and to education. And so as we begin today's program, I would ask that we all stand at this time and to pause for a moment of silence in honor of Mr. Douglas and the many athletes who have passed this way and passed the torch on in their fight for civil rights and social justice. Thank you. You may be seated. Today, players in all sports continue to play an integral role in shaping social and political change. Their unique position allows them to shine a light on the critical issues of our time. And we are so grateful for the continued partnership with the University of Maryland in College Park and the Lieutenant Richard Collins III Foundation. Through our collaborative efforts, we are able to engage students and communities to bring about the change we want to see in the world. And so as I leave you at this time, I want to remind you all to look forward and take with you the messages we will get from our panelists today. And I hope that you will continue developing the necessary tools and strategies to advance racial justice and healing in our society. But beyond today, I also encourage you to continue to remain vigilant in this journey that we're on towards social justice, and to keep Dr. King's words in mind to create a more just world for this and future generations. Welcome to Bowie State University, and welcome to the Social Justice Alliance Annual Symposium with this year's theme, Take a Knee, and making sure that we continue pursuing racial and social justice in sports and in our communities and our society. Welcome to Bowie State University.
Thank you, Dr. Bro. Good morning. I am Steve Stevens II, and I serve as the co-lead for the Bowie State portion of the BSU UMD Social Justice Alliance. Welcome. So I am tasked with introducing Dr. Darrell J. Pines, who serves as the president of the University of Maryland, as well as the Glenn L. Martin Professor of Aerospace and Engineering, a former professor of engineering and dean of UMD's A. James Clark School of Engineering, where he has served on faculty since 1995. As dean for 11 years, Pines instituted sweeping changes to improve student experience, and including revamping teaching, fundamental undergraduate courses, encouraging participation in national and international student competitions, and emphasizing the sustainability of the engineering program, along with space learning and expanding innovation and entrepreneurial activities. Dr. Pines could not be with us, as Dr. Bro stated, so he did prepare a welcome video, and we will view it now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Darrell Pines, and I'm the president of the University of Maryland. Good morning, everyone. My name is Darrell Pines, and I'm the president of the University of Maryland. It is my honor to welcome you all to the 5th Annual Social Justice Alliance Symposium. I'm so disappointed that I'm not able to join you all in person today, but I am attending a press conference in Chicago to announce the 7th Commissioner of the Big Ten. Nevertheless, on behalf of the University of Maryland, I would like to thank Bowie State University, the Second Lieutenant Richard Collins III Foundation, and the Collins family for their partnership on this important mission. Since its founding in 2018, the Alliance has done critical work in bringing students, faculty, and staff from both the University of Maryland and Bowie State University communities together to focus on how we can break down boundaries, end hate, and build a more just and equitable society. I would like to thank all the panelists in today's symposium, entitled Take a Knee, Pursuing Racial and Social Justice in Sports. Athletics are often at the forefront of contesting injustice, and the competition and symbols associated with our teams have resonance beyond the games themselves. That's why a partnership with athletics on both campuses is so important, and I'm excited that you will all get a preview today of a video that will be shown at sporting events next academic year. If we are to address the grand challenges of our time, including racial and social inequality, we will need creativity and contributions from individuals in all parts of our universities and in society. From opening Collins Plaza to a new anti-racism minor and a class that will be held next year in Lieutenant Collins's name, we are proud of how the University of Maryland community has rallied together with Bowie State University around the causes and values that were part of his life. This symposium today marks another step in the journey of bending the arc of history toward justice and making sure we build a better world an honor for all of us. Thank you and enjoy the symposium.
Now I would like to welcome up Dr. Jeanette Snyder. She is one of the members of the Social Justice Alliance and also Anti-Black Racism Initiative.
On May 20th, 2017, Lieutenant Richard W. Collins III was murdered on the University of Maryland campus by a white UMD student. As an African-American leader, scholar, and senior at Bowie State University, poised to graduate, Lieutenant Collins was dedicated to his country through military service, walking in the footsteps of his father and grandfather who bear the same name. His death by the hands of another student violates assumptions that young people are immune to racism and bigotry, particularly the pervasive white supremacy that informs cultural norms within the U.S. This alliance brings together sister institutions of higher education just 12 miles apart, impacted by the legacy of Lieutenant Collins. The Bowie State University and University of Maryland Social Justice Alliance, in collaboration with the Second Lieutenant Richard W. Collins III Foundation, is dedicated to eradicating the ideology of intolerance, while confronting individuals and combating systems that normalize indifference, justify injustice, perpetuate hate, and inflict violence. We are committed to inspiring, educating, and empowering individuals towards ensuring social justice and equity for all. Through this alliance, the legacy, light, and spirit of Lieutenant Richard Collins III will forever command the mission of social justice. Today's symposium, as you've heard, will explore the intersections of social justice and athletics. Each panel discussion will address racial injustice and inequity and help participants develop tools and strategies to advance racial justice and healing. We honor each of our panelists' commitment to social justice and activism, and most of all, we honor the family of Lieutenant Richard Collins, whose love and devotion to their beloved son fuels the work of the Alliance. And now, please welcome Danielle Tolliver, a member of the BSU Social Justice Alliance Student Advisory Board, who will introduce the Collins family.
Good morning. My name is Danielle. I am a junior political science major here at Bowie State University. I am a member of Social Justice Alliance and a member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. On May 20th, 2017, I was the proud mom of a son preparing to graduate from University of Maryland College Park, the first in my family to graduate college. My youngest son was a 12th grader and also recently accepted into University of Maryland. When I received the alert of the incident, I immediately called my son. I cried when I heard his voice. I thanked God it wasn't my child. And then I cried for the parents whose child it was. Parents that I never met, parents that I never thought I would meet, but I cried. My heart ached for them. To this day, when I receive a phone call after 10, my mind goes back to that incident, and I immediately cry for them. So I can't imagine how they're able to still walk, talk, and fight every day for their son's legacy. The goal of the Collins is a twofold mission. One is to provide scholarship to students attending historically Black colleges and universities in the state of Maryland. And two is to educate the public about hate crimes. The Collins have long been dedicated to public service. Not only is Richard Collins Jr. a retired Navy veteran, but Richard Collins, the grandfather of First Lieutenant Richard Collins III, also honorably served in the armed forces during the Korean War. Richard III was following in the family's tradition of military service. Richard was murdered 2 days after his commissioning ceremony and 2 days before his graduation from Bowie State University. Mr. and Mrs. Collins are currently working with institutions of higher learning, national nonprofit organizations dedicated to civil rights, and partnering with others who are victims of hate crime. Through their commitment to civil rights, including their fight for an effective hate crime law in the state of Maryland and throughout the nation, Dawn and Rick Collins are making a difference in their son's name. The Collins family continue to actively work on those initiatives that are important to bring about a more equitable, inclusive, and safer society for all American citizens. It is my honor to introduce to you two of the strongest people that I know, that I continue to pray for almost 6 years later now, Mr. Richard Collins Jr. and Ms. Dawn Collins.
Thank you and good morning. I marvel at people when they say our strength. I marvel at those words. Rick and I don't consider it strength. We say we had no choice. More than 6 years ago, or just about 6 years ago, when our son was taken away from us, our lives were shattered. Didn't know which way to go. But Rick and I said, this cannot be the end. And we came together. Before I go on, I won't be remiss in acknowledging someone else in the audience today, and I take it a pleasure that they're here with us. And that's Jordan McNair's parents. Please stand. Again, thank you for being here. And when this happened, we said we have to do something. And we approached the presidents of both universities. And it was without hesitation that they said, yes, we will come together. And I'm going to tell you about the lady of this house. When I asked President Bro, could she be with us? She said yes. And I want you to know, she has honored her word every day I've asked. So thank you, President Bro. And let me just say, our son was prepared to fight for a better world for the benefit of all Americans. Not Black America, not white America, but all America. And so I often tell people, I am an American. I am a patriot. And no one gets to tell me that I'm not, because I am a melanated woman. No one. So also, I have to tell you, because of the things that we've been able to do, that we are so proud of with that scholarship, over 700 students, 700, have been able to use that scholarship. Also, over 190 men and women have become officers in the United States military. I could go on and on and on, but I will not. Again, I am so grateful for our panelists and thrilled about what they're going to say, because again, we are all Americans and we all represent this great nation. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. I'm just so thrilled to see so many people come out to join us in this important event today. And hopefully you'll be able to take away something that you'll be able to share with your family, friends, and neighbors. Because one of the things that we strive for is to bring understanding, number one, to people that there is really only one race, and that's the human race. Everything else is just notional in its existence when it comes to race. So if we can all take that away from this and act as we go about our daily lives, understanding that there is genetically less than 0.1% difference between every human on the face of the earth. And that's what we want to espouse, so that everyone can find a way to encourage others as well as themselves to reach their highest potential. Thank you all for being here today. We want to thank President Bro for just being tireless and making sure she accommodates us and, basically dealing with us and putting up with us, because we're constantly, pinging her and emailing her to be a part of this, and she's been a great champion, and we love you for that. Thank you all very much.
I forgot something. I know. I'm sorry. I forgot something. But I can't not. I'll be remiss in forgetting this SJA and the members of that. Dr. Ray, Steve Stevens, Jeanette Schneider. I won't try to name all names because I'll forget. But you don't understand. I call these people constantly. And they're volunteers. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Collins, for your dedication to humanity and to your son's legacy. Now I would like to invite to the stage Naya Norton, who is our chair of Bowie State SJA.
Good morning, everyone. I am Naya Norton. I have the privilege of serving as the chair of the Bowie State side of the Social Justice Alliance. And today I also have the privilege of introducing one of our moderators, Ms. Tanya Walker. Tanya Walker is the Senior Associate Commissioner for Strategic Communications and External Operations, the primary liaison for SWA. Walker was named the 2022 Nike NAIA Division II Administrator of the Year by Women Leaders in College Sports, and she was named the 2016 NCAA Division II Administrator of the Year. In 2008, Walker was the NACWAA recipient of the Nell Jackson Award, which is bestowed to an athletic administrator who exemplifies the qualities of Dr. Nell Jackson. Walker is also the 2004 graduate of the NACWAA HERS Institute, and 2005 NACWAA Executive Institute, serving to enhance opportunities for women to move into positions as athletic directors or conference commissioners. Walker is a 2017 graduate of Leadership Winston-Salem and is committed to community engagement and leadership. Please welcome Ms. Tanya Walker.
Thank you, Naya. I am so grateful to be here. Everybody has a story. And so to be amongst the panelists that will be with us today, just to hear the stories and to be around these thought leaders who are keeping the things that are going on in our world relevant, and to speak to how we can create the change does my heart well. I will say that I was the vice president. I served as vice president of athletics for Bluefield University. And many of you read about the basketball team who knelt and then was suspended for kneeling during a game. Do any of you recall that story? I was there. I was the athletics director / vice president during that time at a Christian university where the president said, I'll kneel with you anywhere other than during a time of the national anthem. Think about that. A time when our students demonstrated their disregard for what was going on in the White House during that time, and they get suspended for a game. So we all have a story of how we deal with, of how we handle, but most importantly, as I spoke to those basketball players in each of the 21 teams on my campus, it's about where we go from here. We can kneel all day. It's about the work we put in. It's about our commitment to time. It's not just about the lip service. It's not just about kneeling. People, we have work to do. And so I'm honored to be able to share the panel today with these esteemed panelists. And as I call your name, if you would please take the stage. I won't do an injustice of reading your bio. You'll have that opportunity to give us a snippet of your bio. But we'll start with Kevin Blackenstone, sports journalist, professor, and panelist on ESPN's Around the Horn show. Kevin. Is Kevin not here? Is he here? Okay, you're coming from the other end. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Okay. Marissa Coleman, WNBA All-Star for the Indiana Fever. Dominique Dawes, Olympic gold medalist and entrepreneur. So Dominique, I'll share this with you. My brother's best friend, when he was 12, you were his crush, and I told him that I would say hello for you, okay? So we have to take a picture so that I can sit back to him, okay? No, he's not gonna say that. He's not gonna say that. Raynell Jones, UMD graduate student and professional volleyball player. Eton Thomas, NBA All-Star, social justice advocate. And last but certainly not least, Zion Tyler, BSU former track student athlete. Okay, so am I staying at the podium? Okay, I just didn't know. Okay, so we've all been teed up. We're ready to go. We have questions, and I'm so eager to get into this conversation with these esteemed panelists. But first, if you would, just take a 30-second moment of time and give us a quick bio of yourself. And we'll just start on this end, and we'll work our way down the panel.
Yeah, my name's Kevin Blackenstone, born in Washington, D.C., bred in Washington, D.C., and in PG County for life. I teach at the University of Maryland. I write a sports column at the Washington Post. I'm a talking head on an ESPN show, and a disembodied voice from time to time on National Public Radio.
Good morning. Am I on? I can't hear.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Marissa Coleman. First, would love to thank the Collins family for what you guys are doing and your strength, and just want to make sure that I'm sure all of us up here really appreciate that. But from University of Maryland, well, from Maryland, went to University of Maryland. I actually retired from the WNBA about 2 years ago. So I live here currently in Maryland now. I am helping build a company in the sports betting industry called Gaming Society.
I'm Dominique Dawes from the state of Maryland, went to the University of Maryland, College Park. I am a mother of 4 little kids, so right now this is a vacation for me. I'm also a wife, and I'm a business owner of 2 gymnastics and ninja academies in the state of Maryland, and we're growing throughout the DMV.
Hello, everyone. My name is Raynell. I'm a recent grad from the University of Maryland. I played volleyball all 5 years there. I've been working with everyone here in PG County. I'm from Oxon Hill with taking a knee during the anthem and the social justice for it. I just came back from Italy last week for professional volleyball.
My name is Zatan Thomas. Played in the NBA for 11 years. Played here with the Washington Wizards for 7, 8 years. I've been using my voice and my platform to write different books, to speak at on different topics. It's really been a passion of mine. I have a column with The Guardian, senior writer for basketballnews.com, a podcast called The Rematch. And yep, I live here in PG County as well.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Zion Tyler. I'm a student here at Bowie State University with a concentration in social justice. I am a member of the Social Justice Alliance here and a former track team captain of the Bowie State track team. And I'm happy to announce that I was the team captain when we finally placed after 10 years for the winter track team. I'm also the vice president of here Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, and I also do numerous things on campus involving criminal justice, social justice, and interning on Capitol Hill, and working now in DC as well.
Thank you to each of you, and to the Collins family, and to the SJA Alliance. We are all grateful to be a part of this 3rd annual symposium, and we wish you the very best as you move forward. So let's get started. So much like what I spoke of with the Bluefield University issue, there's so much history of activism in sports. Kevin, if you can take just a minute or two to give us some critical historical points that resonate in academic scholarship well beyond the recent wave of Take a Knee with Colin Kaepernick, Adrian Peterson, and others. Just take a few minutes to give us some perspective.
Sure. Well, this is April 28, and on April 28, 1967, by the way, Muhammad Ali refused conscription into the U.S. Army, which really kind of, I think, changed how many of us thought about athletes, sport, politics, and social justice. And it's hard for me to compress it all into a couple minutes because I designed a course at the University of Maryland called Sports, Protest, and Media, which I've been teaching ever since Colin Kaepernick refused to stand for the national anthem to bring attention to police lethality against black men in this country that was going unchecked. But I think there are a couple points I can make. Number one, sport and serious issues, i.e. politics, have always been together. If we think back to ancient Greece, sport was put together and performed not for fun and games, but to honor the gods of the theocracy. And as you go through time, you see a number of times where sport has been used by those in control, or sport has been used by those being controlled as a platform to make a statement. And so one of the things I realized after Colin Kaepernick refused to stand was that people didn't have a real understanding of the long history, the lineage of protest and sport, and the fact that protest and sport go together like a hand and a glove. It's a real petri dish for protest. And so there have been numerous individuals throughout history who have realized that. Everybody knows who the first black baseball player was, correct? And that was? Absolutely wrong. The first black baseball player was a guy by the name of Moses Fleetwood Walker, who graduated from Oberlin. And in the 1880s, he was basically run out of the game, as were any progeny of enslaved Africans. But the important thing about Fleetwood Walker to me is that he predated Marcus Garvey in calling for the repatriation of enslaved Africans back to Africa. And so that's to me a real protest. In 1908, since you mentioned the Olympic Games in the turn of the last century, there was an Irish American by the name of Ralph Rose, who was the flag bearer for the Olympic team. And the Olympics in 1908 were in London, and as he passed by the King's suite, he was supposed to dip the flag in honor of the king, and he refused because he wanted to protest the English occupation of Northern Ireland. So there's been a long, long history of this. And you named some of the names who have participated in this. But there's one other thing I just want to point out. Since we're talking about sport and social justice, I believe, after reading and studying and talking to so many people about this, that we have given sport an undue recognition in terms of being in the forefront of social justice in this country. Sport has really been a laggard. It hasn't been a leader. And I always point to the Jackie Robinson story, because in order for there to be a Jackie Robinson story, there had to be a Jackie Robinson problem. And there was a Jackie Robinson problem for 60 years, for 3 generations in this country, where America's pastime didn't allow the progeny of enslaved Africans to play its game after Fleetwood Walker. And the domino effect of that was that every sport after that followed baseball's lead. The National Football League, which was integrated in the beginning, became a segregated sport in the 1930s for 13 years. We know the story of Jack Johnson, the first black man given an opportunity to fight for the world championship, and then he was basically run out of this country. All of the country club sports, tennis, golf. Even when I started covering sports in the early 1990s, golf was still struggling with the remnants of its Caucasians only rule. So, and then obviously industry has followed that. Sport is an important platform, but I think we have to realize that historically it has been less favorable when it comes to social justice than I think we've given it credit for.
Yes. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. Being in the field of athletics, and being an athletics administrator, we push our student athletes to create your brand. Professionally, we say, create your brand, be leery of what you're doing on social media. So one of the big changes to college athletics are deals with the NIL, which means name, image, and likeness. It's an opportunity for our student athletes to earn funding or earn money based off of their brand and the things that they're doing. But if you think about it, when you compare what they're able to earn versus the scholarships that they earn, tuition, fees, what have you, as compared to a University of Maryland and a Bowie State, there could be a big discrepancy in the amount of money that's there. So I'll start with you, Dominique. Do you think that you can provide some context for people who may not understand the challenges that you and some of your teammates may have had faced dealing with this issue in sport that requires so many individual level resources and sponsorships?
Well, I can speak from my personal experience, and obviously NIL did not exist back then in the 90s. In 1994, I signed a full scholarship to Stanford University to compete for the university, and a little birdie got in my ear and said, hey, there's an Olympic Games 2 years down the road in Atlanta, Georgia. I had just won the national championships in all 4 events in the sport of gymnastics. It was the first time an African American had ever done that. And so I was torn. Did I want to go off to Stanford and take that $138,000 education, which was a lot of money back then? I don't even want to look at the numbers these days. I got 4 kids, so it's going to be a lot for me. And my husband?
You don't.
No, I don't. I've looked at it. But $138,000 to go to Stanford University and to compete, or did I want to go professional? And I chose the latter. I became a professional athlete, and I lost the chance of competing for a college. So that was my experience back then. However, with NIL and what I've learned, the little bit about NIL that I know today about it, I don't know if it would have worked in my favor. If you look at, let's just talk about my sport, the sport of gymnastics. The top NIL athlete is not the greatest gymnast that's out there. I don't think the powers that be, I don't know who created it, the powers that be really took the time to investigate how this could impact sports. Now, it might be working for some of the male athletes. However, for the female athletes, the ones that are making the most money are the ones that are sexualized, pretty much. And it's a shame and it's sad to see. I'm a mom of 4 very young kids, 3 daughters and a son. I love the sport of gymnastics with all my heart, and I've done a lot of work with different women's groups. And I'm kind of outraged that women's groups are not out there speaking out and protesting against what they're seeing with regards to NIL when it comes to women athletes. It's not the best athlete. It's the one that chooses to be maybe a little bit more outspoken or a little bit more sexualized. And I'm a little disappointed by it, but I understand why it was developed. I think the universities, NCAA, colleges make a substantial amount of money directly and indirectly from these athletes. Everyone remembers the story of Chris Webber, that's my era, when he was at Michigan, he saw his jerseys, he couldn't even afford to go to McDonald's and pay for food, but yet he was getting his full scholarship and a star, a part of an amazing team. So I understand athletes do need some level of compensation beyond just the scholarship money. However, I think there needs to be a little bit more thought that's put into NIL and who is really capitalizing off of this and why.
Renelle and Eton, would you speak to that, please?
Yeah, completely. I completely agree when it comes to the disadvantages between sports with NIL. With basketball and football, they're the top sports that are getting more deals, that are getting more offers, and issues when it comes to that is that with volleyball, I'm learning that it's a little bit more difficult if your conference or if your area isn't as successful as football and basketball. So it is really difficult when it comes to that. And I think that the biggest thing that I've learned, I've gotten both non-NIL and NIL years in college, and it is difficult. We have at Maryland like open doors to try to help with that, but overall it is a problem right now.
Matt John. I was speaking to Dottie Jr. the other day, athletic director here at Bowie State, and when it comes to HBCUs and NIL, sponsorship, and funding money for our competition, for our athletes, there's 3 things that we need to point out: equity, inclusion, and opportunity. And these 3 things are lacking here at our HBCUs. We don't have the opportunity. We're not on the same platform. Therefore, since we're not on the same platform, we may not get the sponsorship, the same NIL deals, and the extra funding and money for our athletes. And it's not the difference between how much greater our athletes are or how much talented our athletes are. There are plenty of talented athletes in HBCUs. It is the opportunity to show their performance, the opportunity to have a chance. We talk about inclusion, right? We can drive 20 minutes up to UMD, and around UMD, it's the campus, and everything surrounding the campus is built into the campus. The community, the people, the students. It is a college town. Rather here at Bowie State, we're built in the middle of a forest. You can go up the street to the Lido's Pizza, right? And they have UMD gear, and they're 5 minutes down the road, but not Bowie gear, right?
So true.
Again, it is the inclusion of a community, inclusion of the people and the students in the surrounding areas. Again, another reason why NIL deals and sponsorship for our athletes don't receive the fair treatment. Again, an uphill battle of how can I put out my film? How can I get drafted? And I like to point out, for HBCU athletes, a lot of the times it's not the difference in talent. It's not the talent. It's not how fast, how strong, how big, or how smart. It was a circumstance. I didn't have the money to go to college. I didn't have the SAT score that other athletes had, or the SAT prep that my school couldn't provide. So I couldn't go D1. But I have heart. And a lot of them say the same thing. They practice, they train with the best. And it takes a lot more than practice to make it to the NFL, to make it into these leagues, to even make it internationally.
I think those are all great points and great perspectives and angles to approach what's going on with the NIL. I remember, throughout my, career, I graduated from Syracuse University, and I remember my freshman year, it was 1996, and I'm up there in the coach's office, looking through stuff I'm not really supposed to be looking through, things like that. And so Syracuse had just gone to the national championship game the year before, and they played against Kentucky. That was John Wallace and that crew. They played against a loaded Kentucky team. And so me and my point guard, we're looking through everything, and we see how much Syracuse made from March Madness. I was like, oh my gosh, this is how much they're making? And we're looking at seeing how much they were making from concessions and ticket sales and merchandise, and we're seeing all these numbers. And we're like, oh wait, this isn't equal at all. Like, back in the day, like in the 40s, you have the exchange. Well, you get your scholarship and then you play, and it's that's the exchange. But now, where you have the TV contracts and you have all these different things that they're making, economically, just pure economics, just numbers, it's not an equal exchange. So when I saw the NIL deal come, that now athletes were able to capitalize on their own name, image, and likeness, where before only the universities could. So I remember in the 90s seeing myself on an NCAA college basketball game, video game, and it didn't have your name on it, but it looked just like you. You know what I mean? Like played like you, moved like you, like it was you. And you're looking, they're like, wow, they're making a lot of money off of us, and we're not getting anything from it. And so that's a little bit of my dilemma with the NCAA, because now they're acting as if we've done the NIL and now everything is equal. But it's like, but that doesn't come from you. You know what I mean? That's just saying that a different company or an outside company, now the athlete can enjoy in that. We used to have mandatory events that we'd have to come to. They would get all dressed up. They would, people would pay money to sit at tables with us or something like that. All that goes to the university. So now just the players can negotiate something, but there's still a long way to go. But I definitely agree with Dominic Dawes' first point that when they did instill it, I don't know how much they thought it through as far as the way, like how this would actually benefit athletes, because there's a lot of discrepancy, between HBCUs, between how women are, really marketed. That is really disturbing, to be quite honest. So there's a lot that has to be done with it, and this is a new thing. So I think it's kind of what is this, the second year of NIL or something like that? So it has a long way to go, a long way to go.
Yeah, can I add on to that? Yeah, I think that scholarship is just the basics of when it comes to NIL, and adding on to that, when it comes to international students, they don't get NIL deals at all. There's a rule between them, and because they aren't Americans, they aren't allowed to have the same deals because it's just not allowed. That's why it's still building so far, but I completely agree. It's all over the place. But I do know that based off of learning off the marketers when it comes to NIL and open doors, their focus is that we will try to do some of the work by giving you this offer and this bill, but you can't do this and that. There are still certain rules, and overall, it's just very difficult. And they want to help, I guess, pursue into the career field you want to go into, but overall, it's not as much as, we want to make within the colleges.
Yeah. I would say another thing to point out, I don't even know if these athletes are represented by agents. Like, who's representing the athlete? I mean, it doesn't make sense to me, but I understand why they tried to make this attempt, because, yes, scholarship should be the bare minimum. The amount of money these universities and the NCAA make off of these athletes is, obscene, and you saw it in the 90s. Just imagine what it is in 2023 these days. But I would say another thing that hasn't been thought about, and it relates to my personal experience with regards to NIL, I'm sure with these team sports, it really has created a different dynamic where these individual athletes, a part of a team, are now competing against their teammates at the same university. That was the exact same experience I had at the 1996 Olympic Games, being a part of the Magnificent Seven, being a part of the women's team that won the first ever gold medal. We were all going after the same endorsement deals. And so instead of us being a unified team, we were individuals vying for the same opportunities. So it creates a bit of a fracture within, I would think, a team environment. And I'm sure they're going to start seeing more and more of that at universities.
Great points made by everyone. So Kevin, we're going to get your perspective, and then we're going to shift. Just in the interest of time, we have lots of other questions that we need to
Sure.
address.
I was just going to, let me just dismiss NIL as a trick bag, because what Eitan is talking about is absolutely correct. And it's a black male issue. So if you want to talk about social justice, this has to do with labor. This has to do with equity. Most of the money produced in NCAA sports is produced by two sports, basketball and football. Those two sports are predominated by black male athletes. They yet do not share in the revenues that they produce to make everyone else who they work for millionaires and multimillionaires. So now NIL is presented to you, but that's extra work. That's extra work you got to do as a football player. You got to go meet with the NIL person, right? You got to hope that someone, as you were saying, someone comes up with an endorsement contract for you. That is extra work that you have to do. And so for many, many years, a guy named Ramoga Huma has been working to organize college athletes so that they can have health, welfare benefits, long-term health care, not necessarily to get paid, but also to share in the revenue that they produce. You just don't get CTE when you go to the NFL. You can get CTE when you're in college. So this is that's why I refer to NIL as a trick bag. We're looking over here, but the same game is being played over here. Absolutely. And unless and until college athletes share equitably in the revenues that they produce for the college athletic corporation, this is not a fair deal.
I know you want to move on, but one thing I just want to add to what he's saying about it being a trick bag is I think there's this common misconception that all NIL deals are for money. Majority of them are for merchandise, or there are some University of Maryland players on the women's team that had deals with Giant. It was for gift cards. So it's not all for money. So it is a trick bag. It's okay, here's a box full of Nike stuff. Here's your Buffalo Wild Wings gift card for the year. It's not all, monetary.
So our assignment is to stay woke. To stay woke, right? So there's still lots of work to be done with NIL. It's definitely a hot topic. We're going to shift to another hot topic. Let's talk about the transfer portal. It's another big challenge, another big change in college athletics. Athletes can now change schools often without losing a year of eligibility. Is it good for sports? Coaches have done it forever, often leaving players they recruited in high school high and dry. In this regard, does the transfer portal provide more equity in treatment and potential outcomes? I'll open it up to the panel.
For me, I think it's a case-by-case situation. I'm 36. Like I said, I retired 2 years ago, and I feel like so old school when I talk about this. People ask me all the time, but I'm from the era and the generations where you make a commitment, you honor it, unless it is something that is affecting your health. I remember my first workout freshman year, first preseason workout, calling my mom, I don't think I can do this. She's like, this is what you wanted, work harder. So I think it gives a lot of people an easy out. Freshman year is not supposed to be easy. And I was one of the lucky ones that went in and started right away. That's not the norm. So I think a lot of people now, it makes it so easy for them to not honor the commitment. But there are cases, like you said, where coaches leave or where it's just not a good fit, or now you're seeing players go to smaller schools, build their resume, and then transfer to bigger schools. In situations like that, I think it's necessary. But I do think it's a case-by-case basis, and I think between NIL and the transfer portal, it's turning college athletics into more of a business, because now it's like, oh, okay, I'm not getting NIL deals here. Let me go transfer to this school and see what they're doing. Even in the recruiting process, I know players that are wanting guaranteed X amount of dollars in order to commit. There was a player who she was asking for $4 million guaranteed after her 4 years. So it's turning college athletics into this bigger business, and I don't think we're setting our athletes up for success. We're not giving them the tools to operate their brands and their business, because that's what it's turning into.
Eton.
I think this is a really tough topic because there's many different ways to look at it, and I agree with everything that you just said. But also added into that, all coaches aren't good coaches. And they tell players one thing, they go and recruit them, they sit in their mother's living room and tell them this, and then once they get there that first day, they're like, oh, this isn't the same person. And not just regular freshman blues. I had the freshman blues. I didn't come in like you starting. You know what I mean? So I know about the freshman blues. But I remember, and I wrote about this in particular, and I use this example specifically, listening to two players, Luke Recker and Jason Collier. And they told me Bobby Knight stories. I sat there and listened to them in their room for like an hour. This was like at the USA trials. And I was amazed at what I was hearing and the psychological damage and the way that they were tormented and they felt stuck and trapped. And back then, if you transferred, you had to sit out a year. That was like the penalty. And they said they didn't care if they had to sit out 2 years. They were going to leave. But there are a lot more situations like that where coaches can kind of hold that over your head and know that, you'll be giving up a whole year eligibility if you do leave, so they kind of got you. And from that standpoint, I like for players to be able to now have the freedom to leave a program and the coach not to be able to kind of hoard it over them, and that you have to take this, and I call it abuse, because what they explained to me was abuse. And I'm not saying this is all coaches, but there's enough situations that you hear when you talk to players, you're like, okay, that's not the healthiest environment. So from that standpoint, I do think that players should be able to leave that situation without being punished. Definitely if your coach leaves, and recruits you the way that you said, you should definitely be able to leave. But I also agree, you have to be honest, looking at it, there's like 1,000 students in the transfer portal right now. That's a lot of players, like over 1,000. And so you're right. What are we teaching our young people about how to persevere through tough situations? So it's tough. I think that maybe, because some players, they're on their like the third or fourth school. It's tough. So maybe you should get one transfer if you're going to make it a good one or something like that. But this is a real tough topic, to be honest.
And to Eton's point, sorry, real quick. That's another thing I don't think the NCAA thought through, because last year, I have a very good friend, she's a college coach. There were 1,200 women in the transfer portal for women's basketball and 833 D1 spots left. So some of these players aren't going to be able to play D1 ball anymore. So now what? And then it also trickles down to high school recruiting, because now a lot of coaches are focusing on the portal and not high school, because they're like, I'm not going to invest my time in recruiting these players for their duration of their high school career for them to be one and done and leave. So I'm going to focus on the portal, and that's where it is. So I think it's causing this bigger problem, and because we're making it so easy for them to transfer, they're in the portal, and then they're like, oh shoot, there's no spot for me now.
Yeah, and I'm gonna let you speak, Dominique, but I was going to ask that if someone would address the COVID year, because that's what's causing an influx in the transfer portal. So now you have a COVID year, everyone gets back a year. And so people are finishing up at one school, transferring out, and it's leaving our high school students high and dry. So you may know, I know I very well do, know of athletes that were superstars, were being recruited by big NCAA Division I institutions, who now are getting no looks because everyone's going to the transfer portal, and now the high school students are having to settle. Dominique.
Well, I understand people transferring because of an abusive situation, but do we know why these athletes are requesting to transfer?
I can.
A lot of different reasons, though. But
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The transfer portal is a double-edged sword, right? That's the word that we're referring to. There are a lot of goods and a lot of bads, right? The bads can be bad coaching, I'm not getting enough money, I want to be closer to home. It's a situation by situation, right? Everyone has a reason of why they choose to go to school. For me, I'll give you an example. I was supposed to play Division II football at Glenville State in West Virginia. I was at a gas station and I got a racist death threat. My best friend / god brother that I went there had 6 fractures in his back. And I was promised a certain amount of things when I was there, and they didn't happen. Plus, the coaching staff ended up being a bunch of liars. How I know? Because they all got fired that same year. I came back home. Both my parents left me. They said, you want to be a quitter, you want to be a man, so this is how you got to handle your situation as a man. Bowie State is a rolling admission school, so I ended up at Bowie State. And I had to pay my tuition at first, and I'd walked on to the football team, played spring ball, but then I realized that was for my father. I love track more. So I ended up walking on to the track team and earning a scholarship by then, and becoming a captain and recommit myself to something that I loved. Now, when you talk about transferring, when you talk about going to a different school, every situation is situational by situation. Maybe they may transfer because the other school may have a better master's program because it fits their life after sports, right? There are positives too, right? Other schools offer more money. Coaches tell you this when you get there. Your friend may be playing for that team. There are positives and there's negatives, and it's situational by situational. We don't want to neglect and just make this transfer portal situation a bad thing totally and say that these kids don't have anything such as commitment, because at the end of the day, it's their lives. It's our lives. They're human too. Everyone's human, especially the coaches. And everyone has a job to do, right? Everyone as an athlete, you have a job to do on that team. But sometimes not every job is a good job. Not every boss is a great boss, which would be the coach, right? Are these coaches going to look after their players after they're done college? So the transfer portal and that 1 year given back is an opportunity for them to rethink their chances, to rethink their opportunities. Which college can give me a better chance? But again, like I said, it's a double-edged sword. Anything good has its bad. So we have to think about this as athletes and as people and as human.
I agree.
Yeah, I think with the transfer portal and also them changing the age of commitment for schools. So I committed when I was 15 years old in high school to Maryland, and they changed the rule to junior year to look at schools because I'm a child. I'm committing to a school at such a young age. I have no idea what's going on. Thank God I chose a great school, but also learning that when you get to college, the coach can leave anytime they want. So that's what happened to me. So I committed to a coach that now works at Indiana. He left 2 weeks after I signed to Maryland, and I had no idea what to do. I didn't know what to do, where to go. I had guidance, but everybody on my team that I made friends with, that I built bonds with, have also left the school as well. I could either go to transfer somewhere else, or I could, stick it out and see what happens. I think that also with me having the COVID year, do I stick it out like everybody else has, or do I go somewhere else and see what happens? Because there's so many people in the transfer portal because of the COVID year. And also, I have my own brother, he's in the transfer portal, and there's so many athletes also in high school that are like, I need to get a scholarship. But those big guys that are grad students, that are already in the system, like I may not get playing time. So either I go JUCO or D2, or I try to find a school that has money for me.
So, Marissa, you said that you feel old now. You're not old, you're a mentor, and so these student athletes are looking up to you. So, if you had known then what you know now, what would you impart to today's collegiate student athlete and the interest that they're serving for their institutions?
Treat it like a business. I was lucky that my parents instilled a lot of that foundation in me, but it's the networking. Even if you are going to play professionally, it's such a finite time. So make those connections. And you alluded to earlier, like brand building. My freshman year in college, Facebook was the thing. It was still the Facebook.com. So
It's still mine.
no, like when not Facebook.com, you had to put the in front of it. So like it was when it first started. But I remember sitting down for workouts, and we're having our big meeting. And they're like, "Don't post anything on Facebook. Don't do this. Don't let people know where you're going. This and now you're encouraged to do that. And it's building your brand now. And I think it's aligning yourself with people that you trust and people that know you have your best interests. And going back to NIL, it's finding mentors to help you monetize, help you invest that money. And that's where I feel like we're doing our athletes a disservice. But I think it's just building your brand, making the connections, networking, and doing it in a genuine way. So then when you do graduate and when you do need to reach back out, that these people are willing to help you. Like I go back to talk to the girls at Maryland all the time. I'm like, I know talking to the boosters after games is exhausting. That's the last thing you want to do, but build these connections because you don't know. You could be making somebody's day just by saying hi, just by saying that autograph. And then 10 years down the line, you may make that connection again. You guys may be able to help each other. So I think it's just like, for me, the networking component and realizing that you are your brand and every move you make people are watching, and it's important to be mindful of those things.
Eton, same question.
I think it's important for young people to understand the power of their voice. And that's one thing where you're on a campus, whatever campus it is, whatever the level that it is, you have a strong voice on that campus when you're an athlete. And just I'll give you an example. When Raynell, and I'll use an example, when you took a knee during the anthem a few years ago, and the level of backlash that you received, and how all the people who were once cheering for you were like, wait a minute, she shouldn't be doing this, and she shouldn't. And my daughters, who also play volleyball and look up to you, they saw it, and they were inspired. And I heard them talking about it. One of my daughters are here with me, but I heard them talking about it amongst each other. And like, wow, did you see what she did? What she had the courage to do? And I would, and as college athletes, sometimes when you're there, you don't look at yourself the way that you are, and the level of impact that you have, and the level of the eyes that you have watching you, and the inspiration that you could be. And I think sometimes, college athletes, you're so in the mode of your craft and the conveyor belt of practice and games and study and film and trying to compete. It's hard to really see, the platform that you have. And it's been shown through all the different, all the universities, especially when you have people that do it together. Now, when you did it, you had the courage to do it by yourself. I mean, your teammates were kind of, supporting you from afar, but it was really you. I mean, right? That's true.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and so you don't always get the whole full team support for all of y'all to do it together. But when you do things as a team, it's amazing. And you've seen from Missouri, the football team, to Oklahoma, when they had the racist thing going on, and then they threatened to, it's amazing that so many young people don't understand the power that they have. And I'm talking about young athletes, collegiate athletes. So that's one thing that I would always want to, stress for young people to, especially young athletes, to really understand the voice that you have on your campus and to be able to use it.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
To young men and women my age, and to kids in high school that are getting ready to play athletics, I'm going to take a different point at it. We have to remember that our athletic days will come to an end, right? One of these days, we're going to put down our sport, and that's not stressed enough, right? That we're more than just an athlete. We are a student athlete. We are a man, a woman first, right? We have to be able to utilize our platform to take us to a better level later. Everyone on this panel has a business, has something other than just athletics to them. And we don't stress this enough. A lot of coaches, a lot of football coaches, football this, football that. It's practice, play, practice. It's their life becomes football, and you hear it a lot on this campus. You hear it a lot at UMD. Football is their life, but there's only so many spots in the NFL. There's only so many people that can get drafted and then undrafted in an arena league. And eventually, the average lifespan is 3 to 4 years for a professional athlete. Eventually, your life in athletics come to an end, so you have to be able to utilize those connections that you made in college, utilize the people that you met, and the platform that you have.
Thank you. Dominique, did you want to respond to that?
I mean, I would just say use sports. Don't let sports use you. And that was a very good point that was made, that you're not an, I mean, we think we can still be an athlete for life. I can still do a cartwheel, but our athletic careers do come to an end. And when we are, and again, I feel like I don't belong up here because I wasn't a college athlete. I'm like, I wanted to be a college athlete, but you know, when you are a college athlete, you know, utilize that time, as you said, networking or building your resume or building your brand, because there will be some time where your athletic career will come to an end and the crowd will stop cheering. Mm-hmm. And what you want to make sure you do is you spend those 4 or 5 years that you are at that university in helping build a strong network of people. As you mentioned, you know, after games, you guys are exhausted, and to network with boosters. And I've heard great stories of male athletes that have networked well and then didn't just get a job, but ended up developing a partnership, you know, with these boosters afterwards. I would love to hear it more from the women's side as well, but recognizing, as you mentioned earlier, it is a business. You know, it really is a business, and so to think about that as well.
Kevin.
Sure, thank you for saying that, Marissa and Dominique. It is a business. What would be my recommendation? It's too late once you get in school, but before you get in school, parents and potential college athletes, you need to read 2 books. One book is written by Walter Byers. Walter Byers is the architect of the modern NCAA, and in the early 1990s, after he retired, he was basically a confessional, and the book is titled Unsportsmanlike Conduct, Exploitation of the College Athlete. Go read that, and then you can understand the situation that you're in. The other book to read is Das Kapital by Karl Marx, to understand labor and your relationship to sport. So that would be my recommendation.
What was the name of the author of the second book?
Karl Marx, Das Kapital.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, we're going to shift right here again, okay? Let's talk about perception. What is the perception of today's college and professional athlete? And what obligations, if any, do athletes have to the larger community? Some feel that athletes are by default leaders and owe something to the community. What are your thoughts about this, and how have you used your platform to serve your community? We'll start with you, Marissa.
I mean, my initial thoughts are, yeah, like we've all said that we have a platform, and it's just how you use it. Some people are natural born leaders. Some like to do things more behind the scenes. So I think it's just kind of, I think as a society, we have the tendency to think that everything has to be this big grand gesture. You can make impact just amongst your circle of friends, and then it builds from there. So I think we fall into this trap that impact and serving community has to be on this big grand scale. And as far as, you know, question what I've done, I started AAU organization my rookie season, and we had it for 11 years. It just got too hard to compete with these. Again, it's a business. It got too hard to compete with these AAU organizations that are funded and have hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I just couldn't compete. But like, it was more the mentorship for me. And as I've been on this journey, and since retiring especially, I've just realized it's all about opportunity, access, and having somebody in your corner. So that's one of my big driving and motivating factors right now, is getting to a point in business where I can bring along others that look like me into these positions and create that seat at the table for them, and just to mentor other athletes. And as far as like on the social justice side, you know, Eton was talking about kneeling. I remember when I played in Indiana, playoff game, elimination game against Phoenix Mercury, and our entire team knelt, from players to staff, and we get to the huddle before tip-off, and our coach has tears in her eyes because she's so proud of us taking that stand. And we're in Indiana, and sold-out arena. And I remember after that, the backlash to what Eton was saying earlier is, it's 17,000 in this arena cheering us on, and now you guys are all against us. The messages we were getting on social media, the names we were being called. And it's just like such a wake-up call. It's like, all we're asking for is equality. All we're trying to do is bring attention. And if we are not shooting that ball through the hoop and winning the games, you guys want nothing to do with us. So I know that was we all know these injustices are out there, but to be on like the front lines in a way and see the reaction, it was very eye-opening. But again, what Etan was saying, like the inspiration, there were people that were writing to us, thanking us for what we did. And I remember that Sunday, the Indianapolis Colts played, and their whole offensive line, they decided to kneel, and they said we were their inspiration. So just what we've all been saying is people are going to watch. We have that platform. Yeah.
Okay, Renelle, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, people are watching no matter what. As athletes, we're always on the court or the field. People are always seeing what you're doing, seeing how you're going to react with things, and knowing that you have an influence on everybody, especially the young athletes as well. The same athletes that lift you up, the same boosters and sponsors that lift you up are the same people that could tear you down. But you never know when, especially when you speak out on what you believe is right, no matter if it's right or wrong in their eyes. I feel like you have an influence, and being able to use that as an athlete, because all the eyes are always on you, you could use that for sure.
Etan.
You know, it's interesting you're talking about the backlash. And for my book, I have a book called We Matter, Athletes and Activism, where I interviewed all these different athletes. And I interviewed Kareem, and he was talking about LeBron and why, you know, Trump at the time always spent so much time and so much energy bashing LeBron and, you know, calling him uneducated. And not just that he disagrees with what he says, but literally trying to tear him down. And Kareem said something that stuck with me since he said it. He was like, yeah, but that's because he's afraid of the power of his voice. If he wasn't afraid of the power of his voice, why would the president of the United States care what this basketball player is saying?
That's right.
He was like, so when you see all the people who are reacting so strongly to when athletes speak up, that's the reason. Because they know the power of the influence that you have. They know that all their kids are watching and you know, these athletes, and if they are standing up for something, especially if they disagree with what they're standing up for, you know what I mean? That's a threat to them. It's interesting, just last week, I don't know if you saw, but Phil Jackson made a statement. And he is an NBA Hall of Fame coach, Coach Kobe and Shaq and MJ, all these titles. He said he doesn't even like watching NBA anymore because all the activism that was going on in 2020.
Not that he doesn't like, he doesn't watch.
Yeah, he doesn't, right. He doesn't watch it. And it was amazing seeing how many people, like I try to stay out of the comment section. Usually nothing good is in the comment section. But sometimes you want to just peek in there to see how many people are agreeing with this. And I'm always shocked, like, wow, this is how y'all feel? Just because an athlete that stands up and says something that someone disagrees with, then they're automatically, you know, they have they should not be saying that. They should shut up and dribble. They should just, you know, stick to their sport. But the interesting part of that is that happens on both sides. There's not just one side that does this, you know, and you know, I'm someone who has always advocated for athletes to use their voices, even if it's a topic that I disagree with. And that's always the caveat. Because then you can have a discussion, you can have a debate. Then you can say, okay, you can lay out your point and lay out their point, not a personal attack that, you know, they don't have the right to feel how they feel, but just you have I love healthy debates. If you have a debate with someone, even if you come into debate having complete polar opposite opinions, you can still learn for something. You still could. It doesn't mean you're going to come to the same conclusion that they came to, but you can understand their perspective. And that's where with athletes, it's like the line is drawn in the sand. So you have to know that you're going to have a strong amount of people who vehemently disagree with you and despise you almost. If you have a stance that they disagree with, and you have to be okay with that. And I think that, you know, that's kind of the balance, because then you'll have some people who are completely enamored, you know, impressed, they're influenced, they're inspired, all those different adjectives. But then you have the other people who are disgusted, appalled, you shouldn't even be in America, you're ungrateful. Like, it's to that level. But you just have to expect that.
Can I add something? Being on the other side of my teammates, basically, being in a predominantly white sport, volleyball, I'm rarely with a teammate that looks like me and acts like me. Being from PG County, yeah, Oxon Hill, but, you know, my teammates aren't from, like, where I'm from. They're from the West Coast. They're from down south. They're from up north. So being on the court and being in the locker room and having the opinions that I have, I rarely have somebody that agrees with me. So having to put that aside and remind myself, it's just volleyball, do what I need to do, and then go home. To call my mom, rant about it, hang up, do the same thing the next day. So it's hard when I take classes, American study classes, African American study classes, and learning about all the things that are so wrong about the race war, and then having to go to the same people in practice is very difficult. It's very difficult, but I think it needs to be talked about for sure.
I would like to pivot off of that to help further the conversation to race, right? Anything you do as a black student athlete versus anything you do as a white student athlete, it is, like I said, it's an uphill battle. All the time you see that Colin Kaepernick should never took a knee. All the time you see is that when a black athlete speaks about how he feels, the greatest point I can make is Kyrie Irving, right? Kyrie Irving has his points about himself. He goes to Twitter, he says how he feels about certain things, and he is constantly getting bashed on social media, right? Because a lot of people view Kyrie Irving
Everyone, thank you for coming back. I will do the honors of introducing our moderator for our next panel. Victoria Alexander is a third-generation educator, PhD candidate, public speaker, and digital content creator. Focus on racial and social justice. Victoria received a full-ride Division I athletic scholarship to Northeastern University, where she ran the 60, 100, and 200-meter dash on the track and field team. Victoria Alexander earned her master's at the University of Southern California and is currently a PhD candidate at the University of Maryland College of Education, studying higher education student affairs. So please give us a welcome to Victoria Alexander.
Good afternoon. How was lunch? Good? Great. Thank you all for being here as members of our extended SJA community from BSU, UMD, and beyond. The partnership of Bowie State and UMD in the Social Justice Alliance offers a foundation toward a transformative future and a powerful collaboration between our two great institutions, and we thank you all for being a part of it. I will be moderating today's upcoming panel, but before we get started, please join me in welcoming back up to the stage Bowie State University President Dr. Aminta Bro.
Thank you and good afternoon. And welcome back to the Dionne Warwick Theater at Bowie State University. For those of you who may not know, we just dedicated this theater just last month to Dionne Warwick, who sat right where you are sitting. And we're so thrilled to be able to honor her with her name on this theater, and we thank her so very much for her support of Bowie State University. To kick off this afternoon's panel, I was asked to say a few words about the importance of today's symposium, and also to put it in the context of what we are seeing happening across the country on various university campuses and across our nation with regard to DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And if you attended this morning's panel, I think you have a long list of why today is important. Wasn't that a remarkable panel? Give them another round of applause. It was powerful. There were so many pearls of wisdom that we have to take with us from each one of the panelists who was here today. If you didn't have a chance to see it, I know it was recorded, so I encourage you to view it, because what you heard were the experiences of our athletes and others who were on the panel talking about why it is important that we are here today. For me, it's about making sure that we stay united as a community. And Mr. Collins said it, and it was repeated over again, about we are one race. And yet, more and more we are talking about we. What we hear is us and them. But we are the we. And it's up to us to make sure that we stay united as a campus community, with Bowie State University joining with the University of Maryland College Park to stay united as one community. In the aftermath of the tragic death of Lieutenant Collins, it would have been very easy for us to go into our respective corners and say, this is horrible, look what happened. And shouldn't we just go to our tribes and shouldn't we just stay apart? But instead, what I think really holds up the legacy for Lieutenant Richard Collins III is staying united, making sure that we continue to see ourselves as one community, one race, and leading the way for others to see that it is possible for us to find common ground. Etan said earlier today on the panel, he talked about how this is a divisive community and nation that we're in today. We need to do something about that, but it comes back to us to make sure that we stay united. And so today, it's about keeping our communities together, finding a common and mutual respect for one another. And that also means, as Etan said, we won't always agree. There are times we will disagree, but that's okay, because we're not the same. Wouldn't it be boring if we all looked alike, thought alike? We're not the same. And so DEI is about respecting and embracing diversity. It's about making sure that we all feel included in the community. But that starts with being heard, listening to the other person. And our campuses, our universities, they used to be that place where you came and you shared your ideas and you listened and you learned, and you know what? You felt uncomfortable. But that's what we were supposed to do. And that's what we're doing here at Bowie State University, at University of Maryland, making sure that we're stretching people beyond their comfort zone. So when you come here, we don't tell our students, you're going to just hear everything that sounds just the way you think, and everybody's going to think just like you. We don't tell our students that. Instead, we tell them to think innovatively, creatively. We want you to be part of the community. Share and let us see your talents, and that includes using your voice. Use your voice and let everybody know, and we're bulldogs around here. We tell everybody, when you come into the room, bulldogs have that presence. We want you to walk into that room and let everybody know that a bulldog walked into that room. But that comes with speaking your mind. But then how do we help our students feel empowered to speak their minds? We have to allow them to be heard. But that also means we have to listen. So folks, we're not here today to just tell you everything and have you shake your head and say, yeah, that's how I think. That would be easy. Instead, I hope this morning you did feel a little uncomfortable. Maybe somebody said something you didn't agree with. But that's what today is about. The Social Justice Alliance is about leading the way to find those places where we can talk about race, where we talk about violence, we talk about guns, we talk about all those things that are impacting us and our community and pulling us apart. Let's come together and hear each other out, share the ideas that we have, be that marketplace of ideas here at Bowie State University and at the University of Maryland. There are others leading the way. There are companies, there are businesses, there are organizations, government agencies that are joining us in this educational journey and helping us pave the way to talk about these critical issues, to do something about diversity, equity, and inclusion. But we as a people need to stand up and say, we want to hear about them in the news. We want to hear about them, read about them on the front pages of our newspapers. Don't just tell us what's not happening, but when organizations are doing what they're supposed to do, then let's applaud them and say, good job well done. Some I want to highlight before I take my seat and we go on with the program. We're very pleased that we have partners like Adobe. We have partners like BGE, Strata Education Network, Truist, that are leading the way with DEI. It is happening. More needs to happen. So when you leave here today, I ask that you continue to serve as ambassadors of change. Make sure that you are creating those spaces where people feel comfortable to come up and disagree with you and to say, I think something different than what you think. I look different than what you might look like, but I ask that you listen to me and you need to hear them out. Create that safe space where we can all talk about the ideas and bring them to the forefront. So today is about leading change. And it's about each and every one of us taking our place to do that. And then finally, what you heard earlier, before we wrapped up this morning's program, you heard Kevin Blackstone talk about democracy. Let's talk about democracy. Democracy requires that you engage, you contribute, not just, today, and then you go back and you sit in your comfortable spot. But as I said at the outset of today, freedom is not free. It requires each and every one of us to engage and contribute, and that includes voting. There are individuals in our past and throughout this nation, throughout your history, that fought for the right for each and every one of us to have the right to vote. So exercise your voting rights. And so when you want to see change, make sure you make that change happen with your vote. And use your voice, use your vote to make sure that we stay united as one community, one human race, moving forward together. So let's enjoy this afternoon's session. Thank you in advance to our panelists. And now I'll turn the microphone back over and let's get underway for the afternoon sessions. Welcome back to Bowie State University.
Thank you very much, President Bro. So we will have our panel next, and though these panelists need no introduction, that's exactly what I'm here to do. So first, as I call your name, if you'll please join me on the stage, Dr. James McShay, Assistant Vice President for Engagement at the University of Maryland. Clyde M. Dowdy, Vice President of Intercollegiate Athletics and Recreation at Bowie State University. Damon Evans, Barry P. Gossett Athletic Director at the University of Maryland. Sade Swan, Women's Head Basketball Coach, Bowie State University. And Michael Loxley, Head Football Coach at the University of Maryland. I'm gonna join you all over here, get a little comfortable. So we are honored to have coaches, administrators from both BSU and UMD here today. While many of the players on the most visible teams in the most lucrative sports are Black, many of the coaching staff demographics don't follow that. BSU and UMD are not just exemplars, but anomalies. In fact, UMD is the only major university to have a Black university president, AD, and head football coach simultaneously. Coach Loxley, we know that you've worked tirelessly to diversify the coaching tree in collegiate and professional sports. Can you talk about this important work and what you've done and how you decided that it was an important step to step out against injustice?
A great start. I appreciate you guys having me here. It started for me during the pandemic. It was the first time in 31 years at that time that I had a break in my career where there was no team to coach, there was no spring ball to have, and I was stuck in my house, stuck in my thoughts by myself for the first time. And as I look back, I had been a head coach at the University of New Mexico, and I had failed miserably, as I talked about. But as I found myself quality control in my career, I'm now coaching at my dream job. I grew up in D.C., I grew up rooting for the Terps, and I found myself leading the Maryland football program. And it made me think back to say, how did I get here? And I realized I didn't get here by myself. I grew up in an era of what's called the Black Coaches Association, where some really strong basketball coaches went out on a limb to lead. Coach Thompson over at Georgetown, who I love dearly, George Raveling over there at USC, Nolan Richardson, John Chaney. These were all powerful Black leaders in the sports field, and they created an organization that became the mouthpiece for minority coaches. And so as I looked at my career and started going back, I said, who's here to pay it forward? You know, one of the things I really truly believe is that the most value that you'll ever create for yourself as a person isn't wealth. It comes from doing something for others or for causes greater than your own. And so as I was stuck in my thoughts, and I heard Dr. Bro mention democracy and it's not free, I looked at my career and said, you know what, I'm on the back nine of my career now. I was the young coach back in the early 90s when I got into it, and now I'm on the back nine of my career. I said, how can I help the next Mike Loxley coming up and pay it forward? And I got on the phone and I called guys like Mike Tomlin, who came into this profession with me. I called Nick Saban, who I worked with at Alabama. I called Debbie Yao, who'd been a mentor of mine at the University of Maryland. And I said, look, I have this thought. There's not a lot of Black head football coaches at the highest level, whether it's the NFL, the collegiate level, and I want to do something and pay it forward like Coach Thompson did when he walked off the basketball court for Prop 48. And the National Coalition of Minority Football Coaches was born in my backyard during the pandemic. So something good did come out of the pandemic, and we've become now a powerful organization, even though we're young, and our motto is to prepare, promote, and produce. And we've really helped the last 2 years in our existence. We've placed 5 head coaches at major college football that are minorities. Tony Elliott down at UVA, Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame, all came through our organization. And we want to continue as we try to help figure it out with the National Football League, how to do it. And so Started with how can I pay it forward to create value for the next generation of minority coaches.
Thank you very much, Coach. So going off of that, for coaches as well as athletic directors, why has it been important to partner with organizations like the Social Justice Alliance? And did recent actions or inactions around the country to address systemic racism, police brutality, or lethality, and DEI legislative reversals in other states play a role in wanting to get athletics formally involved? E.D. Evans, would you start?
Thank you, thank you. First and foremost, I want to thank President Bro for hosting this event here today on the campus of Bowie State. We are excited to be in partnership and collaborate with this great institution, and it's a privilege for me to be here. I also want to bring greetings from our president, Dr. Darrell Pines, who unfortunately could not be in attendance today. But specifically related to your question, it's interesting. When we think about partnerships at the University of Maryland, we try to take a holistic approach and try to figure out what best suits all of the individuals that represent our great institution. And when I was listening to President Bro speak, there's something that stood out, or a lot of things stood out, but she talked about unity and people coming together and people operating as one. And at the University of Maryland, in our athletic department, we have something called One Maryland. And when we came up with that mantra, it was about all of us being unified, being collectively and being connected to one another. So when I think about the Social Justice Alliance, I thought about our student athletes. I thought about our staff. I thought about our surrounding community of Prince George's County. And how could we be a part of something that would impact and bring us all together? And when I look at all the social injustices that have been occurring around the country, as far as we can all remember, it's not just recently, as we all know, I thought it'd be a great way to educate the people, the young people that come through our programs, also our staff. You know, when you talk about intolerance and you talk about hate and violence, and then you think of things such as restorative justice, to when you start trying to build and strengthen and repair relationships, these types of things that the Social Justice Alliance does on a day in and day out basis is what we value as an institution as a whole. And if we can educate the right people and we can bring our communities together, that's what it's all about. We've got to start looking at harm in a different way. And I was reading somewhere, you know, you talk about harm, breaking laws and things like that. Harm is dealing with people, and people specifically. We've got to learn that we're all going to make mistakes, but the sooner we come together and the sooner that we unite, the better opportunities that we have to build a much better country than we are living in today. So this Social Justice Alliance represents all of that for us.
First of all, it's a hard track to follow Damon Edmonds when he speaks about anything, but this has been a blessing, and the Alliance has been a blessing for both, not only University of Maryland, Bowie State, but the community as a whole. You know, I'm all about the moment, and the moment is now, and now is the moment that never ends. And if you understand about the Social Alliance and where we're at as a society, you have to understand where we've been, how far we've come, and where we need to go. You know, I had an opportunity this weekend to be at an NCA Inclusion Forum, and I met one of my mentors or my heroes in this Social Alliance space and civil rights, Dr. Harry Edwards. And I was just in awe of him sitting and talking to him. And I took 10 minutes to stop and talk to him. And he enlightened me about so many things, and he exchanged lectures with me, and I plan to keep in touch with him. But we talked about the history, and if you look back into the 1960s, and I grew up in the 60s in the civil rights movement and all the things that sports meant to social justice and civil rights. If you look back in the Cleveland Summit in June of 1967, when Jim Brown and others, Bill Russell, Willie Davis, Lou Alcindor, who is now Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, circled the wagons around Muhammad Ali and talked about what he was trying to accomplish. And it wasn't about sports. It was about faith and belief in something. Everybody tried to pin it to sports, and there was people who were distracted and wanted him to go and box for the United States government to keep his licenses, but he was not willing to bend at all. And that's what this whole alliance is about, is faith, trust, and belief. And if you look at the 1968 Olympics, what Dr. Edwards was very involved with Tommy Smith and John Carlos, and their protest at the time against brutality and racial injustice, the Black Power movement, raising their fists and getting stripped. Muhammad Ali got stripped, but he stood by his grounds. So here we come today, we go fast forward to where we are now, and people are standing. Taking a knee has been persecuted. But the belief that Kaepernick Kalanick had, and people vilified him. And we see the outcomes now of just what he was doing. There's always got to be someone to step up in this space to take notice for us to be aware of our surroundings and our civil rights. And like Dr. Bro said, politics is an ugly thing right now. We're in a war with political sides. So we have to take a stand somewhere in the now so we can move forward.
Thank you both so much. It is a treasure to hear from both the ADs of both our institutions. And in the spirit of moving forward, we do have a video for you all today that showcases the partnership between UMD and BSU that we will queue up for you now.
Equality.
Unity.
Respect.
Service.
Excellence.
These are the guiding principles of the Social Justice Alliance.
Partnership formed between the University of Maryland and Bowie State University to promote social justice.
And eradicate hate on our campuses, across our state, and throughout the nation.
Maryland Athletics and Bowie State Athletics are proud to partner and support the mission of the Social Justice Alliance.
We will use our platforms to live our values and to serve the communities in which we live, work, and play.
We are Terrapin Strong.
And Bowie Bold.
And together,
we will be the change.
Thank you. So in the spirit of being the change and moving fearlessly forward, we understand that in the Social Justice Alliance, we do speak heavily about racial justice because it is important. But of course, it is not the only kind of justice that exists. There are other isms and opias. And so to this question, I'm hoping to hear specifically from Coach Swan and others. Relatively speaking, there are much fewer women coaches in sports, especially or even on teams where most of the players are women. Title IX has provided some opportunity for women in higher education and in sport. Do you think enough is being done to address gender disparities in collegiate athletics in terms of resources, pay, and opportunity?
So I think that a lot is being done, but I think that we still have a long way to go. I don't mean to put these brilliant men on the spot, but just look on the stage. I'm the only female up here. I'm proud of all of their accomplishments, but I'm the only female on the stage. So we have a long way to go. This past season, we just celebrated 50 years of Title IX. However, there are still almost 60% of women teams in college are coached by men. So we have a long way to go. Even when you look at on the administrative side, I'm sorry, I took some notes. When you look at the administrative side, there are about 22% of female athletic directors of all NCAA institutions. When it comes to Power 5 schools, 5 or 6, I'm sorry, 6 athletic directors. So we have to do more. You know, it's a good time. You know, we have to speak on it. It's not going to change overnight, but 50 years ago is when Title IX was established, and we should be far ahead by now. But it starts with the top. We have to make a change. It starts with I would say the president's enforcing it, the athletic directors enforcing it, even the higher ups on campus. So someone as Coach Loxley, who's an empowered football coach on campus, you know, supporting the women sports and coaches overall. I'm proud to say that I came into the CIAA 10 years ago, and when I came in, there were only 4 women head coaches out of 12 teams. And now we have 13 teams because we just added another school, but there are now 5 male coaches. So we have come a long way, but again, however, we still have a lot to do. The disparities in pay, I'm not going to mention the coaches, but there's a $5 million difference in pay between the highest paid female women's basketball coach and the highest paid male basketball coach. $5 million. And that female, over the past couple of 5 years or so, has had more accomplishments and more success. So there's a lot that needs to change. I'm happy to look up to someone like Dawn Staley, who's able to go out and coach, and she's genuinely herself every time that she steps on the court. She's an advocate for African-American females. She's a good role model to everyone who comes across her program. She's well respected, and we need people like herself to just step up more and do more in the community. So while we have come a long way, we still have a long way to go.
Thank you very much, Coach Swan. When we think about how far we've come and how far we still have to go, some universities, many, will engage in diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives to try to further that growth. So our next question is for you, Dr. McShay. And I hope you can answer this question with the backdrop that some universities and states are going in the exact opposite direction of our video and of these D&I efforts, not to address racism and in fact outright banning DEI initiatives. Can you talk about the importance of organizations like the Social Justice Alliance and our efforts for our countries, states, institutions, and broader nation?
Yes, absolutely. So much of what has been shared so far just resonates with me deeply around kind of the purpose of the Social Justice Alliance and why it's so critically important. I think what we have to acknowledge is that the Social Justice Alliance was formed as a way to create a pathway towards healing between the University of Maryland and Bowie State after the murder, the senseless murder of Lieutenant Richard Collins III. And so with the Alliance, our work is really about acknowledging the history and legacy of white supremacy as well as racism, right? And how that has worked to kind of create these impacts that have brought great trauma and pain to Black and brown folks, as well as folks from other communities who have experienced a history of marginalization. And so within our alliance, you know, our work then is centered on repair, right? It is also centered on creating space where we learn how to dismantle systemic, you know, oppressive, you know, practices that work to disadvantage and marginalize folks. And then also our work is about coalition building, right? And bridging, and working to kind of foster cross-racial solidarity. The goal here with this is if we can stand together, right, then we can fight against what's happening kind of across the country right now. I think someone shared with me that 31 bills have been put forward by different legislatures across the country to dismantle DEI, whether it's in initiatives, programs, curriculum, and that's happening all across the K through 16 pathway. And so the only way we can fight against that is by being in coalition, right, in community with each other. If we don't, then these bills will pass, right? We saw what happened in Tennessee, right? You know, so I think it calls us to think in a very different ways about what does it mean to kind of work in partnership. The Social Justice Alliance embodies that. Kianga Yamada Taylor, a Black activist and scholar, she talks about the ways in which if our success and our failure, right, is totally contingent upon our ability to kind of work together, right? So whether or not we think about working folks, and if they see that their liberation is inextricably tied to one another, and they see themselves as brothers and sisters, then we stand a chance of finding liberation together, right? And so I think that's what we need to kind of practice, right, on our campus. You know, I think about the work that's happening with the Social Justice Alliance between campuses, Bowie State and University of Maryland, but I also think about the impacts that the Social Justice Alliance is having at the University of Maryland campus. It has helped bridge community, particularly finding ways of getting kind of students, faculty, and staff to have conversations about the kinds of ways in which they can be in community, the ways in which they can create a campus community that's affirming, that's inclusive, that's equitable and just, right? And so what will it take from each of us to get there, right? We're working to create those conversations, those experiences that allows for us to create not only healing, but to really bring the kind of campus environment to fruition, right? The inclusive campus environment that in some ways makes the campus feel whole, and one where we can all grow and reach our fullest potential. So that's what the Social Justice Alliance, the importance that I feel we associate with the program.
We appreciate that. So as we reach the end of this panel, and thank you all so much for being here, we do want to hear some closing remarks or closing thoughts from y'all. Excuse me. So what is your pledge as vice presidents, athletic directors, and coaches to your student athletes or your broader community, especially where race and social class and gender intersect, given the background of perhaps some of your most prominent athletes in the broader athlete community? What is your pledge?
I'll go first. Coach Swan, you want to go? I'll let you go. You know, it's interesting. I think that's a great question. When I think about it, my pledge is to be more intentional, to listen more, to not just focus on the day-to-day grind and the day-to-day responsibilities I have, but the responsibilities that I have that are greater than myself. You know, when I think of being intentional, I think of some of the things that Coach Swan stated about the lack of females in sports, the lack of female representation. You know, we always talk about going out and hiring people for jobs. And we say it's a search process, but do we really search? We always say that there aren't enough qualified minorities out there or qualified women out there, but do we really go out and try to identify those individuals? I'm here to tell you they're there. If we want to find them, so we got to be intentional. We got to be intentional about the things that are going on in our community when we're talking about the injustices that are plaguing so many of us day in and day out, because we got to be intentional to make sure that the future of our communities are bright. So as I leave here today, there's this African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. And I pledge that we're going to go far and we're going to go together. Thank you.
My pledge is to just be available, be as supportive as I can to my student athletes. I always tell them the beginning of the year, we always talk about how we're a double minority. We're African Americans and we're females. So I express to them how it's important that, we're always, on the top of our game. We have to be disciplined. We have to go out and work as hard as we can because we're already a step behind before we even start. And my pledge is to continuously just always motivate them. Just outside of basketball, I want to be there for them to help them to, finish college and help them to find their next job and hopefully be around when they have kids and a family of their own. So we're a very family-oriented environment, and the best thing that I can do is just be available. Anytime they need something, be there for them. and to just give my full support. So I know a lot of my players know it, and the ones that don't know, they're learning it. They have a coach that will move a mountain for them. You know, it's much bigger than basketball. It's not about winning basketball games. I mean, it is about winning basketball games. But it's not all about winning basketball games. They know that I have their back to the fullest extent, as long as they're doing what they're supposed to do. And if they fall off in the wrong direction, they know that I'll be there to steer them back on track.
You know, a very interesting question, and you heard these great panelists talk about what their pledges are and what they're trying to accomplish, the one love that you have over at Maryland and the bond, and listening to Coach Swan talk about resources and female advocacy. And coming into work every day, my job and as a pledge is to find the resources, working with Dr. Bro, to find the resources to make us better so we could be better as a university. We have priorities at our university: academic excellence, student success, and ensuring the long-term viability of this great institution. If we do the first two, academic excellence, because that's what we come to college to do, to learn. Not to play basketball, not to be in a sorority, not to be in a band. We come here to get an education, because none of these folks up here can be on the stage without an education. So my first question to any recruit when they come in and I introduce myself, I say, why are you here? And if they start talking about basketball and football, I go, wrong answer. Wrong answer. You're here to get an education, and all the basketball and everything will take care of itself. So my pledge is every day to come in. And Dr. Edwards shared something with me. He was on a stage with Bill Russell at Harvard on a panel. He said he spoke for 20 minutes. Everybody applauded him. Great speech, everything. He said Bill Russell got up and spoke for 2 minutes. And everybody looked at him and like, what's he talking about? The only thing he said, Bill Russell said, don't be afraid. And we cannot be afraid of the truth. We cannot be afraid of what's right and do the right thing. Like I said, politics is broken, and the only one that can fix this is us. And that's where I'm at. I'm in this to win this. And success is just not wins. It's academic excellence, it's student success, and ensuring the long-term viability of any place that you sit in. Thank you.
So I guess my pledge is to create holistic learning environments for all of our student athletes, right? So what we know, right, is that fewer than 2% of our student athletes go into professional sports. That means 98% of our students are finding non-sport related careers to move into. And so they should have a college experience that really is preparing them for life after graduation. And so we need to have infrastructure in place on our campus, right, where resources are in place, the social supports are in place, faculty mentors, staff mentors, and coaches are available to really help our student athletes kind of think about who they are and who they want to become, right? And what tools, what knowledge, what kinds of dispositions are necessary in order for them to experience success. And however they define success. And so, you know, one of the things that we need to do is to build capacity of our faculty, our staff, to see themselves as being members of a village for each of our student athletes. They have a responsibility to put their arms around them and help them to feel as if someone has their back. We know that they are experiencing that within athletics. They have, you know, their peers. They have a wonderful set of, you know, coaches and advisors who are working with them. But it can't just be one department that owns that responsibility. The onus should not be on them. And so we want the entire campus to really look at this particular population of our student community, to uplift them, to really help them think about what's possible, to really celebrate them, particularly in their achievements within their programs of study. So when they are succeeding across their, you know, majors, their disciplines, we want to showcase their work, right? Not just the work that they're doing as athletes, but to showcase the work that they're doing as scholars as well. So that's my pledge, right, is to make sure that they have a holistic experience and one where they feel as if they're part of the fabric of the institution.
That is the end of my questions from the panelists, but we're not done because we want to hear from you all. There should be a microphone provided to you. If there's not, I'll just toss you this one. I won't, I'll hand it to you. But we want to know what questions you all have. So if you do have a question you'd like to ask our esteemed panelists, please raise your hand and we will find a way to get you a mic. What questions do you have? Is there actually a mic runner or should I just, okay. Just for accessibility, we'd like you to speak into a mic. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone again, I'm Naya, a student at Bowie State University. So as we kind of talk about the disparities between females in the athletic field, may I ask why the football period was the only sport selected for the video and kind of for the movement? And that's not to ruffle any feathers, we're all on the same side. But
Next question.
You know what, Naya, obviously I wasn't a part of the video, but selecting the video, I should say, putting the video, but I like your question because I think sometimes what happens in society, it's just we go with what we know or what's at the top of mind, and that's why I said I utilize the word intentional. And, you know, we want to be representative across the board, and that's why we got to think more as to when we look out there in the audience and the people that we represent, we have to think about things. And I'm going to tell you guys something a little bit off subject. I was watching the draft last night, and it was amazing to me when I watched the draft, and they would go to the war rooms of all the different teams, and everybody looked the same. And we wonder why we are struggling to get more representation in sports. It's because it's not in the front offices. So being more intentional, and when we say things just about a video, those videos are just as important because they signify where we're headed. Thanks for your question.
And I want to add also to it, thanks for Damon. Don't be afraid. You got up and asked a question, and that's what has to happen in our society. You have to get up and you have to speak your mind, because if you don't, we don't know.
Over here. No, she can go ahead.
Hello, my name is Lieutenant Colonel Bryant. I am a Bowie State University alumni, also a ROTC graduate from Bowie State as well. I've seen over the years how diverse our campus has grown, and I really love it. But speaking of being up here, I used to also be on the girls' basketball team, women's basketball team. So my question to University of Maryland and to Bowie State University, we're talking about diversity and inclusion. When are we going to start making the change and look at female coaches on our football team? Because we have them. We just started to get them in the NFL. We just started getting referees in the NFL. And I know for a fact, I know a couple of great coaches that will look good in our athletic department for Bowie State University and University of Maryland. So if we're going to do this partnership, my thing is let's do it right.
I guess I should take that question too. I appreciate the question, and I'm sitting here thinking about the University of Maryland and all the things that we try to do from a football perspective, and I'm going to get on Locks when I get back, because I'm going to say he should have been here to answer this question. But I will say, in a roundabout way, I do think we have to get more females involved in the sport of football. One of the things that Mike Loxley has done a very, very good job of, and it's not actually on the field in the coaching ranks, but there are a few positions that he has hired females in that you don't see across the country. First and foremost, we had a young lady who was heading up a position called the Director of Football Operations. At the Power 65 and across the FBS, the 130, you might see maybe 5 to 10 females in those roles. But not only did he have one, he had a group called the A team at the time, because all their names began with A, that headed up that group for us. That's a way to transition into coaching positions for females. But again, I think what we have to do is we have to be intentional, go out and find those individuals who might be interested in coaching, and stop assuming. And I could say assuming in a different way when you take the first three letters and you make out of you and me. And we got to stop assuming and make sure to say, hey, there are other opportunities that are available to you as young women. Would you be interested in this?
And I would say at Bowie State University, I talked about resources, and I have to find more resources to hire coaches. I don't have enough women coaches. She's the only woman coach I have on my staff, head coach right now. And I have to find the resources to make it entertaining for women to want to apply for these jobs. Because right now, the resources I have do not meet what they feel is appropriate for them to take on a job in this position right now. So I have to do more in that space, and that's what my goal is, so I can get more women involved in our athletic department as a whole. My administrative staff is all women right now. I'm the only guy sitting in there, and I just listen to them tell me where to go. So I think that they do a great job of that, but as coaches, I need to do more in the resource factor, and working with Dr. Bro and the way things are in the state system as far as fees and things are concerned that manages our budget. We have to be very careful about how we go about this, but that is my goal.
I'm sorry, just to piggy off of what Mr. Dowdy said, as far as having female coaches, I do believe that, like, as females, we have to just go out and fight for ourselves. We have to go out and believe that, you know, we can do the job despite everything that we have going on at home. I know for myself, I have a son, and I know for myself, when I first started coaching, one of my fears was, am I going to be able to stay in athletics? And I have a child. I had to think about, so when should I have the baby? Should I wait? Do I wait until I just sign my contract? Do I wait until I get into my contract? When do I do it? And I think that a lot of times, because as females, we are nurturers, and we always put our family first. I think that sometimes we kind of become discouraged, and we don't want to take that chance. Men, they'll just go out there.
An ability to see ourselves and create content for ourselves as women of color, as Black women, as women athletes, in a way that traditional media hasn't offered. And so that's an incredible opportunity for individuals to do that for each other. And be sure to follow the BSU, UMD, SJA on all social media. Was there one more question? I think we have time for one more.
I have the...
Someone has the microphone.
Mic.
Oh, thank you. Okay, this will be the last one. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for putting on this event. It is fantastic. Clyde, great to see you again. My name is Brianna DeBose, and I have a specific question to ADs. I wrote it down because I was paying attention to y'all in the conversation, so I wanted to make sure I didn't forget the question. So, as you all know, it's close to 99% of college athletes don't go on to play professionally. A lot of times, college athletes come out of their sports and they have a thing called athlete identity foreclosure. So we talk about in academia. And basically what that means is, at the end of the day, they are left feeling like, wow, I just played my sport for 10, 15, some 20 years of their life, and there's nothing left to show for it. And that can lead into things like anxiety and depression, because it's like, in some ways you were close to maybe even retiring, like if it was a real job per se, and you've been playing it that long. So my question to ADs today is, how are you supporting your athletes in their post-college transition? What parameters do you have in place so that you can ensure that that 99% that is transitioning beyond the game is doing so in a happy, holistic way in their well-being?
In my career, post-preparation begins pre. So before they even come in the door during the recruitment process, we got to prepare them for what they want to do. I always talk about majors and what's your major and why are you in this major, because that is what you're going to do. I tell student athletes, you got 4 years of eligibility and 40 years of working. What's the bigger picture? So we have to look at the big picture. And during that orientation process, we talk about education, the next step. providing a balance. Division II has this saying, life in a balance. So we try that balance where they can have internships and things outside of sports and try to have a space where you get away from sports and concentrate on things that are going to be prominent in your life following your degree. And then once we connect them with the career services department when they come in, and so they can understand where these wide range of opportunities fall. We try to push them in those directions so they can have that knowledge, so they can make some strong decisions about their careers. Division II athletes, less than 1% are going to go to play sports after. They'll go on playing the youth leagues or adult leagues, but as far as a professional career is concerned, that's not a big probability for them. So we have to understand it and teach that. Although each guy thinks they're going to be the next Michael Jordan, we have to be very realistic about where you're at with your athletic ability. So that comes from constant reinforcement of values that this is where you need to land, this is where your feet need to be for you to move forward.
So just to piggyback on that a little bit, I think about this a lot. I'm a former student athlete, and college athletics did a lot for me. I always think about the earning power of a college education over time, and I was fortunate enough to earn 2 degrees from the University of Georgia. I try to tell student athletes to distinguish between your goals and your dreams. And what I say, a goal is something that's right there, that's more attainable. Have those dreams. A dream is something that's a little bit more far-fetched, that's hard to get, and that's going pro. What do we do at the University of Maryland? We've been fortunate because we've had some, through the generosity of some major donors to our program, we've started 2 different career development paths for our student athletes in which we help them prepare for life beyond athletics. One's called the Gossett Fellows Program, and then the other one is called the QBasic program. The QBasic program is for first-generation college students to learn about how they prepare themselves for life beyond athletics. And then the Gossett Fellows program goes through that same career, the bridge, the path, the bridge, in the horizon, so that they're ready and positioning them to get internships. But there's something that I always worry about for student athletes. Not only those that leave us and don't go pro, but those who also go pro, is the identity crisis that they face. Because all of their lives, people have talked about how great they are at the sport that they play. And sometimes what we have to realize, when we talk to those young men and young women, we got to talk to them about things other than their sport. Because how was the game? You're so good at this, you're so good at that. Then that's all they believe that they can do. And that's what raises them up, and that's what makes them feel good. So one of the things I try to do when I see our student athletes, how are your parents doing? How's school going? How's your personal life? How's your social life? Because I've always said this, there is so much more to them than what they do on that court, that field, that pitch, what have you. And we've got to ingrain that in them so they understand that there's a lot out there. And I'll say this, ending in this, college athletics prepares you for so much. This challenging life that you're going to face, how do you take those tools that you learned and make them applicable to the next phase of your life is extremely important.
I was just going to add, I'm not an AD, but I do feel like Damon Evans is being a little modest with the work that's happening within athletics department at UMD. And so Maryland Made is a program that was developed in partnership with the University Career Center. It's about 8 years old now. And this program is an exemplar in the country. And many institutions of higher ed, right, are looking at Maryland to see how can they build out a blueprint that focuses on career readiness, identity development, and leadership development, right? And those are the pillars that support the program. And so they're really working intentionally to support student athletes throughout their collegiate journey, first and second years, the students who are kind of further along who have different needs are asking different kinds of questions about what their futures are going to look like. And so they have really intentionally, met that need by offering courses, a career foundations course. In addition to internships, they also, create opportunities for these students to be in relationship with alumni who have a similar lived experience as well. and can really help them think about, how do I, kind of address these tensions, right? And there's the identity kind of conflicts, right, that they're experiencing just because of the unique kind of terrain that we're asking our students to navigate. So the hope is that we continue to invest in initiatives like that and begin to scale them and to really figure out how do we help other institutions that have different, athletic programs figure out how can they, in some ways, create that pathway, that roadmap for our student athletes.
Can we give it up for the panelists one more time? Thank you. We will now transition to our next portion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, panelists. Thank you, moderator. I will now turn it over to Dr. Nickerson and Dr. Lynch for our Awards of Excellence in Leadership and then Student of the Year as well. And then I will transition to Sydney Barnes, who will introduce Nate Hatchett and for a poem reading. Thank you.
Thank you. One more round of applause for the panelists. And for the panelists, if you don't mind, if you would remain seated as we announce these awards, because we need to do group photos. And President Bro, if you would join them for group photos when the time comes, and Senior Vice President James Lynch, would you stay and take photos with us as well? Great. So, McShay, I don't know he looked at me like I was saying the wrong name, and it's right, McShay, and I've known him for many years. Anyway. So one of my favorite quotes about leadership is, "Be bold and mighty forces will come to your aid," Basil King, right? That's perfect for this campus, be bold, right? And that's what good leadership or excellent leadership embodies, boldness. So I'm here to give awards for excellence in leadership. The Social Justice Alliance Excellence in Leadership Award recognizes faculty, staff, and administrators who, through their leadership, inspire students to engage in anti-racist work in their communities. This year's recipients are Coach Sade Swan, AD Clyde Doherty, AD Damon Evans, and although he had to leave early, Coach Mike Loxley. Let's give them a round of applause. And President Bro, would you please join them for photos right now? And if the award winners would please rise, and we'll have photos for you, please. Right? One photo for all of them at the end? Congratulations to these award winners. And now if you would please indulge us, my colleague, Professor Ayanna Lynch from Bowie State will make awards for students.
Good afternoon. This has been a wonderful, wonderful day of reflections and certainly giving us some points to think about and to take some action. I have the pleasure of distributing and announcing the Social Justice Alliance Trailblazer Awards, Student of the Year Awards, which recognizes students who disrupt racism and white supremacy in their academic institutions, organizations, and/or communities. We have the pleasure of awarding Nia Norton from Bowie State University, who you just heard from taking a stand of her own on behalf of women in athletics, and Ms. Maya Moore from the University of Maryland. Please give it up for these outstanding students at both institutions, using their voice and using their athletic advocacy on behalf of our larger community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sydney Barnes. I'm a senior at Bowie State University majoring in biology. I'm a member of the Social Justice Alliance and also a recipient of the Lieutenant Richard Collins Scholarship. I have the honor of introducing Bowie State alumni Nate Hatchett to leave us with his profound poem. Nathaniel Hatchett is an actor, playwright, teacher, and coach hailing from Waldorf, Maryland, and is currently coaching girls basketball at Stephen Decatur Middle School. Please join me in welcoming Nathaniel Hatchett.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, first and foremost. All right. So my name, as they said, is Nathaniel Hatchett, and I wrote a poem specifically for this event today, and it's called Paid in Full. All right. It's inspired by the movie Paid in Full. My mommy, yes, I still call my mom mommy. My mommy told me she truly believes that I can do anything I put my mind to, and I loved it because it came from an honest place, but yet I hated it because I could do anything I put my mind to. Paid in full. Younger like me, man. I love the game. I love the hustle. Like Kaepernick or Paul Robeson, feeling like one of the ball players, you know. I could lead the league, but if I die, will people still love me, man? The heart of an artist is faced with that question as they dance with the truth. Am I hitting them with this move too early? How far can one travel before they make it? Is it foul if I block someone else's? The biggest commonality between sports and art is love. In its most genuine feeling, the art of love, the love of art, the heart, the game, the hustle should be met with justice. In sports, we often say, leave it all on the field. Play for the person beside you. And if I go to war, I know my brothers got my back. Who got my back? And then there's this silence. When we walk past without a pump fake in between blinks of eyes, when the game plays the sport, and we hustle people. People in which whom violence is chosen on their lives every day. Paid in full. The livelihood of the people. Humans not having health care is the norm, like it's the sport of life. But we are all one family in the sport of support. We wear t-shirts during season games saying free the land. But none of the proceeds or actions go to truly housing the houses. Hey, bro, what's the best play you ever seen? Man, during the pandemic, bubble hoops, you hear me? Youngest was hooping, and then they just stopped. They stopped balling. They canceled the hoops. They saw the platform they had as an artist, the game, the hustle, ball players, being able to possibly impact material conditions. And a younger like me, man, I saw hope. But the game, the hustle, the sport in its existence is made to keep running even when the people are hurt. But like I told you, my mama told me she truly believes I can do anything I put my mind to. Paid in full, I leave it all on the field for the people that's beside me. Paid in full, I come alive for the little boy that's crying for hope inside me. Paid in full, I'd rather be at war with myself than at war. I'd rather be at war with the world than the truth that lives inside of me. And if I ever fall in love again, I will. The biggest commonality between sports and art is love. Paul Robeson once said, through my singing, acting, and speaking, I want to make freedom ring. Maybe I can touch people's hearts better than I can their minds. With the common struggle of the common man. Paid in full, the game, the hustle. I've decided to hang my jersey up and give my heart to the people. Ball is life. The bleachers are empty. The people are hurting. But the game is paid in full. Thank you.
Let's give Nate another round of applause, please. So good, brother. Another one in the books. It was great. I want to thank you all for being in the presence of this great panel. Let's give them a round of applause. Our leaders, Dr. Bro, round of applause. And the reason why we do what we do, give a round of applause to the Collins family. I'd like to briefly ask all of our SJA members to stand up. Round of applause. I'll pass the mic to my colleague.
Oh, look, this was a great day, right? Thank you all for being here. Amazing panelists. Thank you all for your time. We know how busy you all are. Once again, as always, thank you to Bowie State University. Thank you to the Collins family. And as they typically say, God bless and good night. But it's just good afternoon. Hope you all have a great weekend. Thank you all for coming out.
Let's hear it for bold. Because bold is bright, and bold is brave, and a world without bold would be a whole lot less everything. You see, bold dreams in color, speaks in all caps, and writes with a rhythm that moves us all. Bold makes you think, bold makes you see, and it makes itself seen from the boundaries of space. Bold braces for impact. Bold eclipses expectations. Bold turns every what if into a let's do it and doesn't let up till it's done. Because bold is fearless. Bold is tireless. Bold is tenacious as a bulldog with something to prove. It takes to the stands its ground, knows what counts, and stands up to be counted. And while everyone else is looking the other way, bold is busy breaking barriers, pounding on doors until they open, and laughing in the face of one day. Because bold goes first and takes first place. And the only last it knows is how to leave a lasting impression. Bold takes on big ideas. Bold takes on the world. Bold takes on tomorrow. Bold takes all kinds. And it takes one to know one, and you are one. The world needs more bold. A lot more bold. And bold is what we and you do best. Bring your bold. We want to see big things from you. Bowie State University. We are Bowie Bold. Let's hear it for bold. Because bold is bright.